Hello, everybody. Hello. Just gotta make sure mic's working because it's doing the thing again. And second. Is it working? Believe it is working. So, hello, everybody. How goes the weekend? Hopefully, you guys had a good one. I was going to do this a lot earlier in the day, but I thought the power was going to be out for a scheduled power outage, but never happened, so here we are, 5 o'clock in the evening. Turn that off, and hello. How's it going? So we are back on day 2, the MSQ for Endwalker. Pretty much all we've learned, Archaeon exists. They know what's going on in the world. They're not that dumb. And according to their, I can't remember the proper name for them, they're retainers effectively. About 4 days after the events of patch 5.4, when Fandaniel announced to the world, hey, we're the Telophoroi, we're here to bring about the final days, and we're going to take you all out, and we're going with you. The forum, the 100-member trying to think of a real-world equivalent to it, I guess Congress, decided to start sending their retainers out across the world, gathering up basically anything and everything that they could find, and bring it back to this place, Labyrinthos, which is basically an underground bunker. Well, I wouldn't say it's an underground bunker before. It was a place to catalog rare and exclusive plants, animals, artifacts, etc. But now it's turning into an underground bunker because the forum's like, hey, Telophoroi might actually succeed with their plan. Let's hold up down here, wait for it all to pass, and probably go back up when it's all said and done. From what little information we've gathered, that's what I'm gleaning from this place. Because we had to help out one of the retainers, a bunny boy, whose name escapes me at the moment. He's basically told us that, like, hey, 4 days after all that stuff happened, we started getting told, hey, go get stuff, go get things, bring them back. And one of the things he was told to do was find animals that were easy to breed and are edible. Which tells me they want to hold up down here for a good while, having easy access to food at the very least. So without further ado, we have an MSQ to pick up over here. Forget if I talked to you guys before we ended. Think we did, but oh yeah, and something's going on with Cryo. Zach, she's getting super headaches, almost kind of like how whenever we were on the first, how Urianger and Thancred started getting headaches because their link to their bodies was weakening. I don't know if that's the case. We just have no idea what's going on. She's just getting massive migraines and is saying, hey, I'm fine, don't worry about it, smile. I guess we came here to look for more answers on what exactly is going on, I think. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Also, we are forever waiting for Dickon to start selling some burgers. Still waiting, man. Just want a burger. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archaeon's vaults. I think it's how you say that. Peruse? You're clearly not Gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? Gleaners is the retainers' names. We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? May we at least make use of that? A service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. Oh, by that time, it'll be too late. And we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Can't even use Archaeon. Well, Archaeon is more peruser of knowledge and students about Baldessian. Another roadblock from the forum. Oops. And an impasse. As we have no further leads, I would like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. You could just jump. Go to 1 HP. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to integrate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a new strong backs to lighten the load. Okay, so who are we talking to? Bemused student. Am I taking the lift? Oh, no, we're just students. Oh, let us into the Archaeon, even though we found... actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no such record of a creature anywhere. Of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squealy. Artist little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archaeon is open again. Shushutabe. That's a name. Hello, good sir. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally on a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Is there an aether current out this way? 193 yalms south. No. Let me get up here. This way. Oh, no. Ah, damn it. That's a big AoE. Well, same guy we helped last time. Quiet! You're fighting it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. How about, let me help you out? You used to help me with this too. Spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with the sleeping darts. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Green burb. Well, there are 2 green burbs. Guessing that one. Nope. It's the other green burb. Of course, there's a 5th bird somewhere. It's not that one, is it? Third time's a charm. Rule of 3, etc., etc. First try.
A fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
That's not the voice I expected this guy to have.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Well, I'm helping out this fellow and might be able to have an in with him.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really.
Need to remember the name Aaronville.
Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
So,
Those who are, the researchers involved in secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
so Area 51 essentially.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
Either that or they're hunkering down right here in place.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
About that.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
Oh, damn.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
I can just jump and be at 1 HP.
This
I'm
path
fine.
leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the Medaille Circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
And we've dealt with Sin Eaters and who knows what the hell else. A couple of cave monsters won't be anything.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Mount up. Let's go. Southwest. Probably this building. That's just straight west. Well, if it was around here, I'd see it, so it's probably down there somewhere. And this rock is covering it. Yeah. This must be it. The entrance to the entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis fate, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Oh, excuse me. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again on the other end of the tunnel. Well, you nerds walk. A big ass cave. Caves is huge, what? It's protecting that one up that way again. Kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy XI caves. Super quiet, super ominous. Northwest, but we are going south. sound aggro. Alright. I've slowly learned to just not bother with, not respect open world mobs. Especially as a tank, they just don't do anything. Triple kill? Yeah. Down we go. I went the long way around. I could have just... Bleh. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And, as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the Medaille Circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Erenville's assumption holds true, the specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. You guys following? Hey, man. Bye. First off, let's stay as close to the wall as possible. See if we can but I said straight Kerrigan and I was like, what? Something tells me he'll probably be going that way here soon, so is this the infamous crystal grape that's been seeing memes around? Aha! Now I know who we are. This is Medaille Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of the research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed. Mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the Forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? I mean, what else have we got to do? What have we got to lose? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Jipke, huh? Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Walk through a cave. Mine shaft, you say? You're much harder your soul than I. In the normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields. I'm afraid the Forum has us filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grad reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new, and came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Excuse me, miss. I have ought to be taken down below. More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some have been earmarked for aerial transport. That's the stack of crates atop that hill over there. God, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. Up there? Up there. No, sir, are these the grapes? Yeah, those are indeed grapes. And from what I understand, it's correct. From a distance, they look like they're whatever, but when you get up close, they are existing. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given it is native to a particular locale, and a very place upon which Labyrinthos are modeled, a region in the south of Ilsabad. Most remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for a myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvus before the Imperials renamed it to Locus Saminis. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climate we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Maybe they're not so much as hunkering down as they are looking to skedaddle. There you are. You don't think I won't shatter my ankles just to get an ether current? I don't have any butterfingers. Go away. That was 7 months ago, I think. Where are these boxes? Oh, right here. Labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. And those are the white flowers from the launch trailer.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Thanks for the information there, dude.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Apparently these flowers are real interesting.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Yeah?
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
Yeah. Probably should have assumed that, because when would
any master tip their hand on what's going on.
If only we could interrogate the forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeon? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
Does he know more than he's letting
A
on?
little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Oh, yeah, Herberter.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Cryo.
Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Pretty much my look, exactly. What are you doing? Are you about to become another evil Lalafell? Is Cryo still feeling unwell? Never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archaeon. Come, we can still catch him. Where'd I go with that? I don't know about you, but I'm leaping down. Are we on our way to this? Oh, excuse me. Slowly but surely. Oh, they're either current down that way. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Dickon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I was an agent of the forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his Spanish spell were here. You can do it too, can't you? Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness! Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Why not? It will wear off with the passage of time. Yeah, I failed a couple of mechanics and turned into a toad before. I know how this works. I suggest you and your green companions hop along to catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. Oh. We frogging. Alpha Toad and Alley Toad. Hippity hoppity, get on the property. Alley Toad and Alpha Toad. Alpha Toad exemption fast shakes. I really wish it would change their name to Alpha Toad and Alley Toad. Up here.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlean scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlean was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
No, they won't.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
I suppose we should have known a Gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, and he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of this puzzle, this monumentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Charlean has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzier's request for aid. Ah, this is us going back to the Forum. Okay. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Cryo for the moment, see what they think of this. was this? Southwest. Probably not gonna get it, am I? Oh, nope. It's up there. So I'm going to go and assume that 4 members' words. They probably have zero intention on telling anybody about their plans. They ain't going to tell these gleaners a damn thing. They're just going to leave them here to die. That's what I believe so far. Cryo. Off you go, little frog. Welcome back. I trust you found Arendville then? Yeah, something grand plan, something higher purpose, something we out peace. Y'all fend for yourselves. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Cryle, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? Excuse me. The rest of us could survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Sorry. Apologies. Little Caesar's good. And another one to the southwest. It's probably going to be way the hell down. Yeah. Oh no. There's a chance that it's up here. Nah. Follow the golden robot. I imagine with all of that being like level 88 and whatnot. Oh, hey. I'll probably do that off stream. This is apparently all like level 88 stuff, which makes me wonder what the hell are we going to find out down here? Since that's the way they describe this, basically Area 51. Oh yeah. Next Aether current is southwest, so down. I highly doubt it's up here. One, two, three, four, five, and then it'll probably be another 5 down below. Yeah, it's got to be down there somewhere. 165 yards. Unless it's like up there, and I don't think you can probably get up there. Let's see. What the hell? We're here. Now it just says directly south. Okay. So probably a safe assumption. I get bigger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the other 5 will be all around here. Alright, let's find a lost Lalafell. Cryo, where the hell you at? That's shit to do. Where were those flowers? They were up here. Why are you so obsessed with these?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Oh, really?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
So Heidelin is using you to speak with us now.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance.
I like the piano answers.
Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
MSQ, Elidibus.
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free. To go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out.
So she was actually being called.
Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked. But at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
I guess.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
But have we been spotted, found out, and now we're going... Oh.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archaeon custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Do you care to enlighten us on what that is?
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
You delve too greedily, too deeply, huh?
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Lead the way, then. Oh, Crow has her hood down for once.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
What'd you find?
The forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings.
That sounds like Fall 3's dad.
Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
It's quite a hairstyle, Crow.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Oh, it's worthy of their attention. They just want to hunker down and wait it out instead of doing something about it.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archaeon. If you had seen...
What?
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore.
That's an enchantment where he can't speak about it.
Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
So what'd they find on the ethereal sea?
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Can't tell how many hands is up, but...
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Now we're locked out of Sharlayan. Okay. It's snowing. Well, at least we have been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. Is Father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Okay, sorry about that. Alpha, no? Alize? It is you! Is this her mother? Absolutely their mother. When I heard you've been dragged away from the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? How do they say her name? Amelise? Amelise Levia, at your service. And you fine people must be the scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. This guitar solo, though. Mother, please. We don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you are here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I'm well aware that you and Master Fortuno are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. Your timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure... Linkus, what do you think? Linkus? The Linkus Drock? Yes? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Okay. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Linkus, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I apologize. Mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Linkus? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine. If we're going, let's get this over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room is always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you can bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, never mind. Levio Estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Don't want to be finding a stuffed teddy bear, Alize. When Alize and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother, a servant, was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling in different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alphino and I often wait here for our father to come home from work. Once upon a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Mistress Levier. And here you are at last. Please do come in. Watch her voice be the complete opposite of what I'm doing right now, assuming we even hear her voice.
Welcome home, my lady.
This dude over here looking like a Final Fantasy VII Turk.
What? What are you gawping at?
Hey, you got a nice house. Admiring the craftsmanship.
Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit.
That was kind of close.
And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
Okay. Take your time.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying.
Probably don't want to hear about what happened in Shadowbringers then.
Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. 'Tis clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. 'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Where to begin? Well, there was that one time we went to the first and Alize got traumatized and Alphino told a lord of a city to go shove himself.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
New outfits.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
As he class changed into Sage.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Class change to Sage.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Yoink.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House lv80 commissioned artistry.
Soul Crystal. Yep.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words.
Yeah.
Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Mistress Levier. Oh, that was sweet. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality, let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. That's a lookout spot. Pally's 82, not concerned. Sage is 82, Reaper's 82. Red Mage gets it. And I thought all this is 520. If I get bracelets and a side quest, that needs replacing, but outside of that, not much. Free 84k, we take those. Alright, so mechanics. Oh, excuse me. I assume after this turn-in, we'll be heading to Fafnir. Yeah, we all remember those god-awful outfits from ARR. Enjoyed your time with Olivia's, I hope. Won't ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the form strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted the situation in Fafnir, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. And with that, I've been going for almost 2 hours. I need to stand up, take a break, use the bathroom, all that good stuff. Probably get a refill on water too. This one's about empty. I implore you all to do the same, and I will be back soon. Don't go anywhere, folks. Be right back. Hello, folks. Welcome back. I don't know if you heard anything beeping, but that was me. For some reason, my headset is still borked, where if I leave the mic up long enough, I need to replug it. It's the only way I know to fix it. Anyways, let's do that so that way we're no longer AFK and we get punted out. That would suck. Go. Turn that off. Volume seemed low all of a sudden. I don't know. He's just low. Alright. That was, I just brain farted. Charlian Wing, level 80 done. Raises some interesting questions. Like, what did the Forum find in the Ethereal Sea? Could have been Hydaelyn and Zodiark, and they're like, oh shit. These two are going to fight again. We need to skedaddle. We don't know anything else really outside. That's where Hydaelyn resides, and probably Zodiark. Although I think Zodiark's more on the moon, but still Ethereal Sea things. Interesting. Wonder what. Makes me wonder what the hell we're gonna learn and go back there at level 88 and what's effectively Charlian Area 51, the way they described it. So I guess it's off to city number 2, Favnir, Razatan, and look, going by the map, maybe Garlemald. What is this? Oh, excuse me. I have Krau's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Krau was of the same mind, and I was already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. A confluence? Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreeder. Moonbreeder was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Have you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier. To my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath, the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection has revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind in saying so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kiet. Quiet. Get. I swear my volume went down while I was gone. I don't know. Kite, I guess. That's probably how you say that. Well, now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Cryo of the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Well, that's a best way to put it. Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of ether hurling along the life stream. Inconvenient, but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? Is this how we get to the moon? Way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. Is this how we get to Garlemald, and then to the moon? And then to whatever the hell zones 5 and 6 are. I heard they're an absolute trip. And that's all I know about them. I guess I know their names, incidentally, by friend lists, but I'm not going to say anything. All I have is a name. I have no description, I have no knowledge, I don't know what's in them. Apparently, one of them has the Omega mount, and that's all I know. Well, the Omega mount as in the data checker. That's all I know about those zones. Is that one of them has that mount, has like a formidable like fate or an Archaeon Titania style fate. I know absolutely nothing about them. Actually, there would be a 6th zone I wouldn't know about. Because Thavnir, Labyrinthos, the moon, like Mare Leditorium or whatever it was called, Garlemald, and then zones 5 and 6, which I only have names. I don't know anything else. We've finally done it! We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly? That changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other. Thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. Apologies. But it just so happens that our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Charlian, and the other over in Yedlemad. A port down to Thavnir. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Razatan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contribution of their alchemists. To sum it up, we're the Testes Aetherites. How fortuitous. Were you? I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people not like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. This is not how we get to the moon. Damn. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drip helplessly in a life stream. In a statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. It's plain that you aren't most people. Mr. Squirrel truly knows how to pick 'em. If I may change the subject, Master Wolfson and Mistress Blowweeder not present today. Oh, you didn't hear? They recently resigned their post. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project owned by the Forum itself, as I understand. I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Well. This studio is going to be like, good luck, idiots. I was incredibly close to her voice.
Just the four of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
Sounds like Lisa's voice
Oh, well,
actor.
never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
Also, maybe one of the jesters from Shadowbringers? Specifically the blue one?
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. One last thing.
Oh, now you tell us?
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
You might puke your guts out for a few minutes. No, nothing major. This crystal's gonna fly. Nope. Oh, Dalmasca.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads Athan. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Oh, I'm fine.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh, nope, not fine. Not fine.
What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
We're fine. We're fine. We're technically fine. Stydian, you have to be the adult.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
I think Thancred will take something extremely strong.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Manage to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Let's do that so that way we don't have to do that again. Oh, there he is. And we're about to pass out, aren't we? Either. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with ether sickness. By the menu, sir. By the menu, sir. A traveler. Greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra Lassie, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. Ah, it's an elephant. I forget what they were called. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnia, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, but 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. You price those higher robbery, but what you want to say? You realize any words of warning? Thought you barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. The merchant is swindling me. Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of Lassie. The confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then. Your coin. Yeah, a bottle for each of you. Take him to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Finding some freshest ingredients, this armor-flavored lassie is boosted on our early stomachs. Praise beats the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Anastidian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time. Excellent. You've spared us to Taru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. It's okay. We were mostly dead, but now we're mostly fine. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. And Lassie truly works wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Aye, I bound it. It's the most I can do against this heat, short of shredding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it was a veterinarian weave. Tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. There's nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. Let's poke the bear. Well, I expected the Azure de Groom to put up more of a fight with a bargain. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment, yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, the nation of Razatan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Archaeon, Matanga tribe, indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hannish culture may have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. Development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Razatan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of a nation at large. Just so. That opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Could also be the tower off in the distance. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We're not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kral's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlemad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Now I get why this is the reward. Hand cover. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Lakis, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the aetherite. Off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. And now I have to wonder. Level 85. So I'm going to go and assume we learn what we can here. Something happens where we can't progress further, say this tower, and we come back to said tower. That is my guess. Also a bummer we can't go to any of those. Crate of fruit. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left too long. Excuse me, miss. What am I doing? Oh, recording best in sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. At least sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could sort them to keep afloat, like Kazal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. Well, a traveler, by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kazal a visit. I'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, a harbor guild building across the water from here. Don't mind me just joining a little bit of shout arguments. Gazing out at the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to the other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Over here, yeah. Ah, missed a person. Oh no, if this isn't a traveler. We're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narina. If we just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion. But no, and to spawn fell fiends as well. If we just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no. And to spawn fell fiends as well. Oh wait, I already read that. We still have our lives thanks to the radiant host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us, only the gods know. So that tower's screwing with everybody. Calzell, I was told to come see you because you apparently know what's up in here. Outside of apparently another tower, screwed with everything. The Maskins aren't coming. We already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We got blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. This will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Damaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. Excuse me. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hanesh favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kazo, I do. That's why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. No, not a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matissa, and I'm here to see Kazal. I have no idea what these people sound, what the elephant folk sound like, so I'm just guessing. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll go back later then. So, tower popped up, started spitting out monsters. No one wants to come here. It's basically the gist I got. Excuse me. Yes? Can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazal too, did you? I'm Matsia, a fisherman of Akali, nearby village. I sell my catch to Kazal, who opposite the foreign merchants. He hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come see him. As soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Well, kind of the warrior of light adventurer, so on. An adventurer, you say? You travel the world helping people? And that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? What? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me. The portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them.
The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? I can try. If you're willing, please let me know. We could begin at once. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers? I mean, you're dead. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yedamad. I will observe you and learn. Yedamad. So we're escorting this guy. Okay. What? Oh, there he goes. Okay. Yes. Greetings, Fred. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. Suppose I'm well enough, given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat. There was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get into the city. Many remain there for now, but I cannot stay away. I come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, huh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower. When more monsters emerge from it, I need the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives. The days when you could earn as much as you gave, and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. And speaking of meals, why don't you have some fresh fish? Fresh fish, you say? Ah, you're a fishmonger. You bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Oh, thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Oops. Don't mind me, just talking with friends that have done this, friends and FC mates that have done this, and getting giddy, excited, and tagging spoilers and all that good stuff. I also need to hide my in-game chat because hunt trains are spoiling zones and I don't want to see them. Well, just the zone name. I know nothing about them. Our small girl. Excuse me, miss. A hawker, are you? You sell fruit by chance? So I want to buy some amra. Say a dozen. You don't need to be export quality. You need so many amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade. With no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. Not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. Pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. Took my mind off troubles for a moment. Whoops. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? I was like, did I fail that one? No? Okay. Oh yeah. 135 yards northeast. And we'll get to it soon. There you go, Oh, my good man. What is it? You don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh God, my stomach. Either sickness? Oh, nothing so unusual. I'm ready to get back to work. I just ate a little too quickly. You take it easier. Eat more slowly and savor your food. Trust me, I know. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. So I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. And better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? Stockpiling supplies. For that I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. How about some fish for your supplies? Fresh caught. Alright, well, fish wouldn't be bad. I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. I'm afraid I'll have to pass on your fish. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Too bad we couldn't make a sale, but we did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Well, damn. What the hell is going on there? Okay. Well, we're 1 for 3. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. Managed to sell to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, but those are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler.
Yeah, go get him, buddy. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. That things will return to normal for Kazal soon. Thought I heard a familiar voice. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsia? Kazal, have you finished your business at the guild? You were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. No ships coming in and hardly any going out. There simply aren't any options. At this rate. So, you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsia. I truly am. For now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do. As it stands, I barely help myself. Poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. Sisters is my witness. Kazal. Not to worry. Using what I learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage. Somehow. I best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. The sisters, huh? That's how the Maggot sisters come into play, because that's their patron deities here, isn't it? Yeah, I know about the Maggot sisters being a boss in, I imagine, this tower, because I watched the people in the media tour. So I'm fairly certain, from what I have heard and watched and read, that's going to be the first dungeon, and the Maggot sisters are the final boss. And apparently, they school the hell out of you on mechanics. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. Yeah, the tower's keeping people away, and they can't sell their shit. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly intemperate Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth the lunar primal. Business as usual for the Talaforoi. Thing 83. I'm a seer fellow you were helping. He's Archaeon. Okay. Archaeon. Is he not? Apparently, it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Archaeon would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We better go after him. Akali lies to the west, as I recall. The same direction as Kral's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. wish I could do these voice actors justice. Hey, ether current. Have to do that later. For now, ether current up this way somewhere. It's probably up there. Oh, nope, it's tucked away there. Also, what kind of a derp lander am I? I'm not using the proper mount. Alright, number 2, where are you at? Directly over there, bastards. This town's night theme is, or just theme in general, is pretty neat. Still have no idea what the hell's going on here. You do not see Matsia present, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. $231 to the west. Mr. Turtle. Oh, whoops, I ran right by it. Wonder which one will be the prominent Blue Mage training ground once they are able to hit level 80. Don't see him from here either. No, leave me alone! Help! Somebody help! See his voice, and it came from the north. There's the caster. You alright, buddy? Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found them in time. Yeah, killed the soldiers. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, thinking about what to do about, well, everything. And those men came. Kidnappers. We heard that the Archaeon were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in a city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have. Let's see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. No idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. Well, now it's shrouded in fog, so now we can't see it. Damn it, weather. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We'd gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to show our knowledge. And fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akali? Wonderful! Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. As you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Akali. Gee, if only the fog wasn't up so we could actually see the damn tower. $193 to the north, huh? Up here. Can't fall down. It's like right there somewhere. Unless... Nah, it's down there. That is one pissed off elephant. Even got the red eyes to show for it. Southwest. There you are. Pretty chill music. I dig the night music. Is that the probably Stone Sky Sea of this expansion out there? Welcome to Akali, my friend. Akali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here to save that, but please make yourself at home. The companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Cogna and old Asveda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. Cogna! Wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Just want fish. In case, I'm happy to oblige. I don't know how it is once you have, but I was home to many gods. Let me divide it into two groups. The Manusa, beings of wisdom who assume the forms of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together, they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience. By heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Medusa and the Marga, deities who look like men and beasts, respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Medusa, the Marga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Medusa coveted the might of the Marga, so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem to one another, the Menusa have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. Interesting lore. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. You could say that. We were off talking to the others. I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities, Magus sisters. By all means, we would like to see it. Yep. Manusa. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. I sent her. One is the eldest. Sinduva, goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandruva. The goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Minduva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works. Which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Menusa, the deities of Eorzea preside over a myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arcasadora. And there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. We worship dragons too. It's said that an ancestor of the satrap,
That's the ruler of Hazatan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That was very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sought out Krau's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Krau's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Hey, new person joined the link show. Did you say you were going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. Did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Okay, buddy. I will keep that in mind. So how's this gonna go? There's a dog barking at something outside. Still tracking that one. So we're kind of bricked from doing things in Charlian, so it would stand to reason that once we learn what we do here, we come back here. Well, shit. Welp. Shit.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Ooh. Oh, okay, Mike's back.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
So everybody just passed out in the open?
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales?
Scales?
We have new scales?
What the?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy days. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit.
The hell are you doing with dragon
Soon
scales?
we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
That's how we get into the tower. Okay.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Well, we've come.
Of course. You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
You could say he's acquainted with dragons, yes.
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Yeah.
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
Okay.
I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Estivian.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Godspeed, Estivian. Or the inhabitants of this village.
I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent a request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Well, it's nice to know that I'm going to know her voice. I haven't taken any. Nope, okay. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Cryo herself is tied up with another investigation. Linkus is an eminently capable substitute. We shall spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seem to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emit vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. And as such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, a satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the mightier the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test. And here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. Perhaps so. And noting my colleagues, they won't be satisfied with blood alone. But as for your task, we need only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. Sure. In that case, Archaeon and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We'd be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let's put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. I'll be honest, this is not the voice I expected this Nizhana to have. Being a new race introduced, but let me see. Thavnir, the Great Work. Yep, okay. No aetherite around here, surprising. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. All are accustomed to this physical strain. Now that I listen to it, couldn't take the date team. Sorry about that.
I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. Oh boy. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capacity. Is this a test, or are you trying to kill me? Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. And this is how we die. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Radiating ether. Please stand back. Like stand back. Read it. You are struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Two. You're struck by another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Where the hell are we going? You are struck by yet another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated. Impressive. No irregularities. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Oh boy, running. Struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survived completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Ah, you returned. Not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the deep bow for your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? Feeling perfectly fine? Yep. The strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether.
With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Should be amenable to assisting me with another errand. You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink. We have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The Ruger is not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we, our Casadora, travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I will compensate you for your troubles, of course. Yep, let's go get some spirit weed. Do that. Don't mean your debt. Without further ado, let us head for Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the gatework. I can get behind this music. I'm just surprised there's no Aether Current except for whatever this is here. Only gotten 2. And it may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look at Linkus! Yeah, the hell with you. God, that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Or to think that the moment. Ah, I am English good. Thank the sisters that asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope. Yeah, I'm a tank. They deal no damage. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. I attempted to do that fate. The hell are those? My red mage needs experience. Yeah, we did it. Alright, back to RP. And here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate a dance to their ancestors. Is this where dancer originated then? A happy benefit of this is that spirit wheat grows here in abundance. I was set about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. Kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Northwest is a current. This is absolutely dancer origins. That's Thavnir.
Yes, that would be Radzat Han.
Yeah.
Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me about the satrap? I don't know that much about them.
Well, he is the most important person in Radzat Han. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra.
Arkasatra. Okay. Matagna, the Gajasura. Arkasodra.
When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnir altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzat Han to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Oh boy.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets.
Uh-oh.
I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
Excuse me? Are there 2 Van Daniels?
And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Van Daniel? I have enough spearweed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let's head back to the great work, shall we? Some shit's about to go down. At least we can see the tower. Might as well enjoy this happy-go-lucky music now, because we're about to go in here and shit's about to go down. We just landed on Van Daniel's hit list, or whoever Van Daniel is now. Now that I think about it. Bring that back up. Linkus, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Little does Nidhana know she's about to send you on another errand. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. You both are back. Excellent. This kid who sounds like he's 30 years old for some reason. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? When I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Oriange told everyone about their tempering cure, and the Stydians shared this knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish your stores. I'll go get them. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. I'll do it. Linkus, Loath though I am to place another task onto you so soon, I ask you to fetch the giant skull. In case you're not familiar, giant skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and its etherical conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? It's what I do. It's my thing. Thank you. Upon arriving on the grounds, please seek out a man named Zunyaha. He will furnish you with your... At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamza, Mistress Nidhana? By all means, don't try to be patient with them. Those who survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamza to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. So many quests to do later on. Here are Hamza Linkus. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eosi and Dodos. Hamza have long been kept as livestock in Tavernier, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you would have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You are ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead and yours to follow. Oh, we're straight up riding a bird. Okay. Let us be off! If you haven't ridden Dodos before, be warned they have a wobbling gait. Yeah, I could tell. I don't know how the hell this bird is able to hold my fat ass, but okay. A spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Karga, a word which means sword. The sword, old legend holds, was wielded by the Menyasar against the Ragabun before it was cast down at Conflict's End. That's a sword. To the left and requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there. Though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, its outpost itself is on the beach. It's pretty damn close to this tower. It is really close to this tower. Alright. So that's apparently a sword, huh? Wielded by gods. Well, the bird that carried me needs a break and a treat. Wearing freaking full plate and it just hauls me around like it's nothing. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host, this outpost of our first line of defense against the tower. Well, who should it be but young Varshan? On an errand for the stat rep. I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. And we simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, this treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. We have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days. This remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? Well, the fellow is faring. Victors, but for him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Where he may now be, I'm certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering. I still worry for you. You would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you. For you is a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabin. Thank you. Nabdeen. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the looks of him. Permit me to introduce Linkastracht of the Eosian contingent, come to assist in the making of this talisman. From Eosia, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? I suggested you exchange information with our soldiers. Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. Oh, excuse me. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented tale of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Vashan the latest report and answer any questions you may have. Sir? I've heard about you. The visitor from Eosia. Is there anything you can tell us about the Talafaroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they've declared war on the whole world. Why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. They want to blow up the world and them along with it. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you bet we won't have those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eosia and the Far Eastern brothers. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors into our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came at force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eosia? Do they likewise spawn monsters? Yeah. Monsters, primals, you know. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Yeah, we're kind of have to deal with this on our own, unfortunately. You used to know about the tower. To be honest, we know little than less about it ourselves. This tower of Zot, as folk have been taking a calling to it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narine. Safe for its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? Or are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Gotta send people with blessing of light. Our struggles are not unique, and our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they are ready. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub, both Raz-Atan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand. His mind will keep me here a while longer, however. I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamza, you'll arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Before I hop on this thing, it's up there. Well, hopefully this bird takes me to where I need to know. I might as well go to my destination first. There. The worst mob to aggro to. I hate those flowers. Thought I said Starmie for a second. Alright. Now that I have successfully birded, there's a damn aether current back here and I want it. Up there, isn't it? Yep. This is apparently where their first hatchery was savaged. Southeast, huh? It's probably going to be an area I can't get to yet. It's 3. Damn it. Most annoying thing about those is that they sound aggro. There he is. B-rank hunt there, unfortunately. That I dare not poke. Probably beat my ass. Another one further out there, which apparently we come back here level 85, according to some of the fates. To the northeast, so it is in this mine. Hi, this is indeed the Giant Skull Grounds, and I am Zen Yuha. Is there anything you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say? Of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are. A sack of the purest Giant Skull. Where we set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. Excuse me. If they need more, they need but ask. Oh, it's right there. Thought we would be actually going into the mine proper. Can you jump in the water? Yeah. Can we go down in the water? No, because it's not deep. And I am going to go ahead and assume that is probably it for ether currents. Because that was 5, right? Yeah, that was 5, and then 5 on the lower level. So, we're going to go back to this town. It's going to be obliterated, isn't it? Because surely Fandaniel, or who or whatever Fandaniel is now, Schizo, is not going to... what's the proper term? Schizophrenia. Hold on. Schizophrenia, yeah. What I thought it was called. I've watched a movie, Me, Myself, and Irene, at least once. We missed Nidhana? Ah, welcome back, Thinkers. There, I hope you have the Giant Skull. Oh my, such fine specimens! Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it'll be time for the true test, so please take it at ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Hello, Thancred. Oh.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
Seems that way.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
I see you back there.
What is it? What did you see?
I saw Fandaniel.
Fandaniel? Are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last!
Uh-oh. Might want to, run. Yep.
finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Oh, I thought there was more to be said.
Nana, are you certain you wish to do this?
Oh, yeah. The creator field tests it. That's how
If
it
others are
usually
to
works.
trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example.
There you go.
But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
No need to tell me. You too, buddy.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Field test away. Let's go. Excuse me. Where? Just want to chat with him, but where is Dickon? Oh, there he is up there. Come back to you later today, probably. Right now, we got science to conduct. Oh, hello. Ah, shit, too far. Yeah, I kinda figured you couldn't go to the actual tower. Here's our boat. Don't know how I feel about piloting a boat that big by myself, but this is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is the board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off!
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Come this far.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps.
And Fan Daniel.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
And if Fan Daniel has something to say about it.
What?
Yep. And door closes. No? Alright, we're going in.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Gone.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
The hell are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Archaeon. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Archaeans and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Archaeon embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service. Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing.
So is Amon that we beat in the Crystal Tower this Archaeon that we're dealing with now?
Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor.
Crystal Tower
And
theme
just as
slash
I
Heaven's Sword theme?
planned,
Question mark?
He set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
Aether Chemical Research Facility is a piano solo.
know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Van Daniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
So it was a clone that we took out then.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Well, shit. He's gone. We lost our new friend, and we lost our trinket.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again. Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Well, shit. You are returned, but where's Mistress Nidhana? She's consumed by the tower. And you, Sir Passive. We have succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. So that was his plan, huh? So Amon, or I guess Amon, of the Crystal Tower, Circus Tower, was Van Daniel. Interesting. So I assume the Amon that we kill in Circus Tower is but a clone, and not the actual Van Daniel. Even though I guess it could go either or, because what the hell is death to an Archaeon? Well, I guess they would mention that if he was the Amon that we killed, so I assume it is a clone. That's what it hint towards. something's gone awry, has it? What happened? We lost Nidhana, we lost the talisman. Hopefully she took good notes, because we need to make more of those, because those worked. So it's Van Daniel after all. Damn that bastard! I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. First, we must have informed everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Yeah, we went there, the talisman worked, but Van Daniel captured her. She's stuck in the tower, and the talisman's gone with her. Oh, Nidhana. Can you answer me this? The Nidhana is trapped in the tower. She's still alive, yes? For now. Then we must make ring scales, as many as we can. The prototype worked perfectly. This Nidhana proved a peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye. As alchemist, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warning scales with you. As for our usually visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contribution to the talisman's creations. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, we would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razatan for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. And it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant's Guard grounds, and I will show you into the city. Alright, with that, I need to take a break real quick. I'm not going to throw up a screen or anything. I'm just going to go. A couple minutes. BRB. Okay, we back. Didn't want to have to unplug the mic and plug it back in, or at least the receiver. Alright then. Well, that's a thing I didn't expect. To do that. Okay. You'd be just a hair bigger. Cover up the chat box. Let us make our way to Razatan. I'll be honest, I didn't expect to be going into the city proper. I thought it would be like a Yulmore. Well, unless it's going to be like a Yulmore where you can go into the city, but you can't attune to the Aetherite. But you can explore the city to your heart's content. Oh, well, rip that person. Alright, birds, go ahead and aggro. B rank is still here. Probably not the hump for the week if he's still up and kicking. Forget if these are sound aggro or sight aggro. It appears sight aggro. Probably not the most joyous, probably not the best music to be listening to for what just happened. At present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
That's their symbol, huh?
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
The question I have to ask, is there an aetheryte?
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
But now no sights are there to be seen.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
So this is probably why we can't attune to the aetheryte in the city, because you go directly here and then you go directly out.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid.
Ara.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Archaeon, satrap of Radzatan.
Archaeon. Yeah, you're used to saying that name. We're going to probably say it sometime soon. Archaeon.
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Well, we lost Nidhana.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidhana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not.
What?
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
Is this some Wizard of Oz shit? What?
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me.
Oh, this is a dragon.
Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Vritra?
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Rods at Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect.
Because you don't want to piss off a dragon.
And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Rads at Han.
But if Vitra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
a charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my whim."
So you can just yeet your eye out and have it walk around in the form of a child. It explains your deep voice.
Ah, that would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Rads at Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
That we did.
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Archaeon is in order.
Oh, he's already out.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Our meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Archaeon and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetherite here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. We have attune to that one and attune to that one. To old Archaeon. That's how the tower is the first instance. We go back, get our buddies, storm the tower. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnir, we're back in chilly Archaeon. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We will need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. And that's a quest we will pick up tomorrow. Well, maybe tomorrow. Well, Should say, instead of tomorrow, should say next time. Because I don't know if I have anything really to do on Monday. I know Tuesday I have a couple things I need to do, so maybe not a stream on Tuesday. Probably tomorrow. Depends on what I have to do and how fast I get them done. So, folks, thank you for hanging out tonight. Really do appreciate it. I don't really see... Oh boy. Is this person where I think they are? Yes, they are. So, folks, I'm going to send you over to 1-Bit Nerd Games. They are on the end of 2.55 and are about to do the bloody banquet. They are mere minutes away from doing it. Literally minutes. So we're going to go over there and watch this dude get his mind blown. So, folks, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. Really do appreciate it. Probably be back tomorrow. Can't 100% say for sure. But it's been a hell of a stream. A couple revelations I didn't expect. Cheeky little crystal tower there in the background. So, folks, have a good rest of your night, rest of your day, wherever you are in the world. Please stay safe out there and doing whatever it is you do. And I will see you folks next time. Take care. Have a good one.